What's up, all? Yeah, Yak got stabbed in jail. How about that? He's gonna be fine though. This is Weinstein said he talked to him yesterday. Sounds like they get stabbed in there all the time. Wonder if we're gonna have a verdict today. I don't know. I'd kind of be surprised. I feel like with two murders and then the RICO charge, and then also the gang charge, they really have a lot to sort through. But they could. It seems like with the questions they asked on Wednesday, they're already kind of sorting through it and they know where they're at. So it's hard to say. I definitely never covered a trial this long. So having them deliberate for a really long time would not be surprising, but might come back on later on when something happens. Talk to you guys about what's going on. How's it going, Mark? Thanks for saying hi. Haven't really been on live in a while. Usually just pretty busy doing the clips and everything and all the kind of commentary during the trial. There's enough people doing that, but end of an era with the trial being over. I don't know if you guys have seen my story, but I sent something out last night on my mailing list, showing it right here on the jury deliberations, the recent questions, and closing arguments. I don't know if you guys saw the questions that they asked on Wednesday, but they asked to see, and the camera joined a little bit late into the discussion about the questions. Yeah, Ocean Beach, we were talking about that. Yak getting stabbed. I see that stuff, and I know it's news, but it's like, he's fine, and he's just going to be in court today, and nothing's going to really look different. And it seems like there's a much larger story here about violence in the jails, but we always just get these, kind of 2-paragraph snippets of who got stabbed when, and it's like, okay. But I was actually just talking, the lady who copy edits my stuff, I was telling her about how these guys are always getting stabbed in jail, and then one of them gets stabbed. But Weinstein posted on Twitter that he already talked to him, and he said he sounded tired, but he's gonna be fine. Here, who broke it? I think it was this guy from WSB TV. Stabbed in jail, told he suffered minor injuries and will be in court today. I remember when all the hoopla over Shannon Stillwell being stabbed happened, and all these people were speculating all day about like whether he was going to be fine. And in the end, it was never even an issue in trial. He was just in court the next day and he looked fine. You wouldn't even know anything if there hadn't just been all these social media reports about how he'd gotten stabbed. But so, yeah, the fact that Yak got stabbed is, if we hadn't been reading these social media posts, we would see him in court today and not even know. But let's see. I noticed Weinstein there's just been a ton of drama in all this YSL trial stuff over the weekend. I'm like, you guys need to bow out. But I spoke to Deamonte last night, and while he sounded tired, I expect him to make a full recovery. I expect to be able to see him in court today, and we'll know more then. Please keep Deamonte in your prayers, along with all those housed in our Fulton County jails. Yeah. Yeah, no, TJ says Doug can't log off. Exactly. It's like, gosh, I saw his tweet about how this is his first criminal trial too. I was like, holy shit, dude. Oh my God. That's going to be screenshotted in the appeal. But we'll see. We'll see. I know I remember just all the attention that trials get. I remember a judge in Orange County telling me that he never liked to have cameras in his courtroom because he thought that attorneys pandered to the cameras. And, they were obviously very aware that the cameras were playing. This was just a judge talking in general in Orange County. And I'm like, I can kind of see that. I don't think it's really a judge's place to like have that be a consideration in cutting off cameras. But I definitely see it. They're all basking in the definitely engaging in all the social media stuff. Max Shard doesn't do it as much as Doug, but Doug is on there all the time. But back to the story, I did a roundup for the Substack mailing list on closings with a bunch of videos and And you know, I was going back through that juror back on November 5th, who said that he was complaining about the length of the trial. And people who think that he will just automatically vote not guilty as like a protest, I don't think so, especially the way the judge talked to him. And this is always in the instructions that they're not to consider the personalities of the attorneys, but she talked to him about whether he can still assess the case given even if he disagrees with the way the evidence has been presented. Can he look at the evidence and consider it? And he said yes. And this is the guy who was worried the trial was going to go on for another 3 to 6 months. And the judge told him it should be over by the end of the year. And so that was November 5th. So then the fact that it's now December 2nd, I mean, it's only been a month and they're already into deliberations. It seems like his complaints about, oh, this trial is going to take another 3 to 6 months. It's like, obviously it didn't. So I feel like when it comes down to it, in the way deliberations work, they're all just going to have to kind of go off the evidence and the jury instructions and stuff. So I doubt that guy will be like a hard not guilty vote, like in protest. Like, I don't think we'll see a lot of like protest votes back there, but who knows? I mean, we've seen one thing, and I remember talking about this just in all the trials I've seen. Like in court, you never hear people talk about jury nullification, but online people are always talking about jury nullification. But the whole idea of jury nullification, which is, you know, a juror just votes not guilty as, you know, kind of a protest to the system or something. I'm not sure, how would you ever even know that a jury did that? Because to have like an across the board vote like that, you'd have to have them all like agree to do that. And I mean, that's basically just a verdict right there. And if 1 or 2 jurors disagrees, how would you know that it's like a jury nullification act? Maybe they just disagree with the others who want to convict. You know, I covered I'm talking about Michael Avenatti's trial for ripping off Stormy Daniels in Manhattan. And that was like a document-based case. You know, there was documents about how he you know, intercepted her money and had the book money contract transferred to him. So it was pretty well proven. But like an hour or two into deliberations, the jury came back and said, we can't decide. Like, we have somebody who's not deliberating, or they refuse to deliberate. Or actually, they came back and said they were hung. And everybody was like, what the hell? It's only been like 2 hours. So the judge asked them, and I think they said that there was one holdout. And so they got Al in charge. Like, the judge told him to keep deliberating. And this was a big part of Avenatti's appeal, was he thought the Allen charges were too aggressive. But the Second Circuit rejected him on that. But, you know, when we're talking about the idea of jury nullification, like I said, I just don't know how would you know that a juror is voting not guilty or refusing to go along with the group because of jury nullification? It's like, maybe it's just a disagreement. I mean, for all we know, that the juror in the Michael Avenatti trial who wanted to vote not guilty or was unwilling to vote could have been, what was that, a protest vote, or did she just not see the evidence as being enough to convict? You know, she ended up voting with the majority and convicting after all those Allen charges. But yeah, so I just think jury nullification is one of those things that you hear people talk about online and in like true crime shows, but it's not actually something that like plays out a lot in real life in the courtroom. You know, people will vote not guilty and go against the group for whatever reason. But so yeah, it's always hard to see if jury deliberations are just the worst, because yeah, and then then it's like the excitement of, if they do come back, is it a question or is it a verdict? And especially not being at the courthouse, it's hard to tell. But will say I'm really glad I'm not at the courthouse, because waiting for a verdict like this totally sucks, you know. But I see that Law and Crime News has their little like counter up. I've got it on ATL5 has their thing up. They just have this live view thing. But back to the story I did, and here I'll link to this in the comments. I love that quote from Whitaker. I had to get that up high. I was like, because I've got like a lot of judges and lawyers on this mailing list. I'm like, they'll appreciate that. Frankly, if y'all are presenting the case in a way that's driving a juror crazy, that's on you. But I've got a, I was saying my copy editor, the lady who reads my stuff before I send it out, she's a retired court clerk, and she messaged me about this. She's like, that's actually insane that they didn't dismiss that juror. But I think that was before I'd added the stuff about what Whitaker had done to like alleviate the concerns. So I think she might agree that, you know, the questions and the way the juror responded to him made it so he didn't need to be removed. But yeah, obviously this is like for people who watch the trial all the time, this is like a, 30,000 feet up in the air look for like people who aren't quite sure what this is. I wanted to explain what YSL is, which kind of depends on who you ask on YSL. But let's get down to the questions. I don't know if everybody was here because with the holidays and everything on Wednesday, everybody hopefully was having some family time, but they asked, let's get to where the discussions were. It's the recording starts like midway into a discussion about something, but they asked to see the videos from the Donovan Thomas surveillance videos, the Texaco they wanted to see Yak getting in the car, and they didn't specify when. And of course, one kind of factual dispute in the trial is whether he ever got into the Infiniti. We know he got into the Pontiac because it's pictured multiple times, but Weinstein was saying in his closing, there's no proof that he ever got into the Infiniti that they say the shots were fired from at Donovan Thomas. But prosecutors are pointing to this point in the video where he walks off camera for a bit, and they're saying he goes over and sees and talks to the I guess it's Javaris Bradford, they're saying is in the Infiniti. And then you see Yak. You don't see that. You just see him walk off camera. And then you see Yak walk back to the Pontiac and then drive off in the Pontiac. And apparently the prosecution theory is that after he drives off in the Pontiac, like the Pontiac leaves the camera scene, he parks and then gets in the Infiniti. And when I was trying to put this together, this case was presented so freaking poorly. I mean, it was so crazy big. They spent like 3 weeks talking about a car crashing into a laundromat like 9 years ago. I mean, there was so much stuff in here that shouldn't have even been in here because this Shymel Drinks murder is kind of involved just in everything that happened. And I know I'm missing some of the evidence that they have in here, but they have more. I think they have more camera angles showing or that they allege show some Infiniti. It's fucking impossible to track some of this stuff. But yeah, and you never know why people are actually asking. Like, chances are they don't agree. Like, if they agreed, we'd already have a verdict. But some people could be arguing he's doing this. Some people are arguing that he's doing that. I mean, somebody says, they're wondering, they want to see if the Pontiac is following. Yeah, because I remember, I mean, the problem is this trial was just so long. Prosecutors are dipshits for putting on such a huge case. But because I remember the questioning about this, and when was it when this video was played? I think it was like back in freaking February or March or something. I mean, it was like months ago when the questioning was about when witnesses were actually questioned about this barbershop video that actually shows the Donovan Thomas shooting. Because I know Brian Steele was getting into all sorts of questions about the cars following and what was this. It's just, oh God, I can't follow that stuff, But I do remember, I again, always be wary of like just assigning a motive to any question by the jury, because there's all sorts of different things. There could be one person kind of going off on something and they want to shut them up. There could be, you just don't really know. But it does seem like they're focusing on the big stuff, because I thought prosecutors focused their closing argument pretty well. I mean, honestly, I was like, after such a disaster of a trial, that was a pretty good salvage of a closing. They still put on like way too big a case, but I mean, in the end, their case always should have just been about these two murders and then the shootings that happened between them. And of course, they thought they needed to go back and get into the origin of YSL and Rock Crew and how it started in 2015, but all that stuff about the mall. I don't know if how long people have been watching the trial, but in the very beginning, we were hearing testimony about them, Young Thug riding like a hoverboard or whatever, or something through the mall, and they got into it with security. And this was like back in 2015, and of course they're saying it was like, scary gang members, but just stuff like that. I mean, they did not even need that in this case when they've got these murders. But let's
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing we're going to do is watch the videos that you all requested, and then I'll move on to answering the questions. All right, go ahead with the first one.
oops.
Yes. Do you want me to stop the video?
And
Okay.
here.
Give me a second, Phil.
And they had to have been approaching, because remember the jurors, and we didn't have the question there in the video. I can play the discussion earlier about the questions, but they wanted to see the video of him getting in the car, not out the car. So of course I see some people online who are just talking about how, there's Adrienne Love just doing what she wants to do. I mean, it's crazy, the just like venomous like vitriol on Twitter and stuff about this. Like every move is like, tracked, but I just don't see, it's like how I feel like the very crucial portion of this video is at the very end. Like, I don't know why Adrienne Love would like want to pull a fast one and show him walking into the store when, like, what does that even really prove? I mean, this is an example of how they made this case way too big. Why do we even need to see all these videos, other than, I guess they're trying to show that how long he was there and that he saw Shymel Drinks there. But the crucial frames in this seems to be the very last one, which we'll see in a little minute when he walks over off to the side, and you can't see him for a little bit, like a few seconds or however long, and then he walks back and gets in the Pontiac and drives off. I'm not sure what the evidentiary value, especially by itself. Overall, I think the video shows how long he was at the gas station and that Shymel Drinks was there, but the evidentiary value of like little clips of him walking into the store, I'm like, what the why? Who cares? But anyway.
Your Honor, for the record, we're on camera 10 at 18:44:31.
We're not sure exactly which getting into the car you meant, so we're just trying to show all of them for y'all, okay?
Good old Judge Whittaker talking to the jury. I like Judge Whittaker. Right, this isn't the Drinks video. This is Thomas. Donovan Thomas. So this is 2015, January 2015. All right, because I was saying Drinks was in there, but yeah, I misspoke. This is the Thomas video. So Thomas, I don't think they like met at this gas station and then went to the barber shop later. Is the theory. So then, like right now, I'm not sure what the evidentiary value of this is just by itself. Like I said, we get to the point, like the last him getting in the car. This is Deamonte Kendrick for the Donovan Thomas murder. Again, I misspoke earlier when I said that about Drinks being at the scene. That's the other video that they haven't asked to watch yet, but we can bring that one up later. I think the Drinks one is pretty bad for Stillwell. That third car thing, I don't think is enough to, because of all his actions around that. The third car thing is, I think jurors will likely write that off as a red herring.
So, Your Honor, at this point, for the record, we're going to stop it and stop sharing and then fast forward to the next point that he gets into the car. We're stopping at 18:48:17. We're fast forwarding now to 19:15:25 on camera 10. So that was the second time he got in the car. Now we're going to fast forward to the next time he gets in the car. Which will be at 19:15:52. We're fast forwarding to that.
All right, does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see on
No,
that?
that's not the last time he got in
Okay,
the car.
all right.
And to me, this upcoming
Sorry.
portion is
Thought
the
y'all
only
said
important part. Watch it
So
here.
we're now
My bad.
fast forwarding to 19:17 and
To me, this is the only part that like matters. But it's just me. So yeah,
Those are the,
again.
fast forwarding to 19, 17, and 10.
And it comes off from over the other side. It's hard to follow. So I guess the theory is that he stops somewhere and gets
Those
into
are the times that
vicinity
he,
after that.
Does that satisfy what y'all wanted to see? Y'all are nodding yes. Okay. All right. Now we'll move on to the barbershop video.
Honor. And for the record, it's 292 Yankee Alpha, and we're starting at 8 minutes and 22 seconds of that exhibit.
And so this is the barbershop, which is horrifying. Like when I have this video on YouTube, and YouTube has a warning like 18 and older on it, because yeah, it's some guy getting murdered. Yeah, so there it was. Prosecutors just did a really bad job of like presenting this case in terms of, I mean, jurors being able to quickly know and be able to recite like, where is that gas station in proximity to this barbershop? I mean, I know they've gone over that, but it's they had way too much evidence in this case. It was crazy.
Your Honor.
Oh yeah,
May you inquire if there's any more of this video? I'm stopping for the record at 9 minutes and 14 seconds.
for people who are just joining, there was a stabbing in the jail over the weekend. Yak Gotti was stabbed. Michael, WSB reporter, local TV reporter in Atlanta, reported it. Here, I'll switch over to that. Michael, this is where I first saw it this morning. Was told he suffered minor injuries. So, and Doug said that he spoke to him last night. So he was stabbed on Sunday, and Doug spoke to him last night. He sounded tired, but he expects him to make a full recovery. He expects to see him in court today, and we'll know more then. So yeah, it's crazy that Fulton County has such security problems. That, I mean, we heard about YFN Lucci getting stabbed. That's part of this case because they're saying that YFN Lucci getting stabbed in jail in February 2022 is what instigated the murders of Mick Miller and Darius Ford, and then led to Shymel Drinks' murder. And we've heard the jail phone call of Chris Eppinger calling Obama, Antonio Sumlin, and he's asking about stabbing YFN Lucci. And it's a debate whether he's asking for permission or he's just asking if he can get some money for it. Either way, I don't think it's very good for the whole RICO and gang charge here. But the stabbings that go on in the jail, I mean, in one part, kind of don't bury the lead on the YFN Lucci stabbing, is that he was actually in protective custody at the jail when he was stabbed. So when we've got people in protective custody still getting stabbed at the jail, it definitely seems like there's a problem. But I mean, the criminal justice system in Georgia seems like a horror show, like the jails and everything that we hear about. And I did see Michael clarify that while this is Fulton County Jail, it's not the Rice Street Jail that we hear so much about. It says Yak Gotti was stabbed in Fulton County Jail in Union City. This is not the infamous Rice Street location. It's like, oh, okay, so they're all dangerous shitholes. Good to know. Like, Jesus. I did see that, and I'll bring that up too, but the Department of Justice did a patterns of practice investigation into the jail, which they do nationwide. It's like a civil rights investigation. The civil rights department gets in there and looks at all the fucked up stuff going on, and then tries to get a plan in place to like try to correct some of it over the years. And they get monitoring and supervision and stuff like that. So So yeah, let's see what Michael's up to. He covers the YSL trial pretty closely. Here's the statement. This is Fulton County Sheriff's Office sent the following statement regarding Yak Gotti stabbing. Turn off your spell check, dude. Deamonte Kendrick, also known as rapper Yak Gotti, and another jail resident were in a physical altercation on Sunday. Okay, so the guy who stabbed him. On Sunday, December 1st, Kendrick received treatment for minor injuries from a sharp object at the Fulton County Jail. The incident occurred at the South Annex in Union City, where both men were being housed. Kendrick will be in court today. This is an active investigation to determine the aggressor in this incident and if charges will be pending. So if it sounds like it is a possibility that Yak could get charged, although we'll see. I mean, the guy who stabbed him seems maybe more likely to get charged, although I'm basically just speculating on that. Yeah, some B-dash. I do agree. Somebody said earlier that Doug can't log off, but I mean, the attention on social media is intoxicating, you know? I mean, when you can post something on there and get 800 likes and all these people talking to you, oh, free Yak, and talking to you about you're doing such a great job. I mean, it's got to be, you know, but yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't go so far as to like say he's trying to get to the jury or anything like that. But, you know, I will say just the fact that people are wondering that, it underscores why that maybe is just not the best thing to do. Like, and just the stress of it. I mean, attorneys tell me that waiting for a verdict with their client is like the most stressful time. So to do that and then immerse yourself in all the social media drama just seems like a bad idea. But I also, I mean, I know they'd say that overall the social media attention here has helped them. I mean, it gives them inspiration and it helps their clients and their families to know that people are like pulling for them and stuff. But yeah, I would agree that I think other lawyers would think that he spends too much time on there. But let's see what else Michael has for us. He retweeted Doug. Yeah, just the same stabbing stuff. Yeah, I remember it's also stabbed in December. Oh, report. I think I missed this. When did the report come out? Oh, this is still old. I wonder if anything's Willie Brown is the one who stabs Stillwell, allegedly. Wonder if that case has been adjudicated. I remember when all the hype happened on Stillwell getting stabbed. But again, it's like, I mean, when you hear this, it's like, God, is he going to be okay? Is he dead? And then he's just in court the next day and you wouldn't even know anything about it. So yeah, this is and I imagine we'll be able to get these same details about what happened with Yak Gotti. I remember when Stillwell was stabbed, we didn't have the assailant's name. First off, like right now, we don't have the assailant's name for Yak Gotti. Trury 4L. Thanks for saying hi. Yeah, B-dash. No other attorney is on Twitter like that. Like, have you seen like Brian Steele? I mean, I did see Brian Steele posing for Young Thug's closing line, but you know, that's different. But I mean, Brian Steele has done like controlled interviews and stuff and like class presentations, but yeah, no, the putting yourself out there on Twitter. And like I said, my freaking jaw dropped when I saw his tweet where he's like, yeah, this is my first criminal trial. I probably made some mistakes. It's like, anyway, Drury, thanks for saying hi. Hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving. I kind of settling in for the holidays. It's frustrating because I remember I was talking to the retired court clerk who reads my stories, and I'm like, I mean, gosh, they've been deliberating. I mean, they had just heard a year of evidence. So I was like, how long are they going to deliberate? And I told her, I was like, you know, they could deliberate like through Christmas, you know, and she said they would be insane to do that. But I mean, it doesn't seem like the kind of case that would actually take that long, but and that's why prosecutors are just so dumb for putting on so much evidence, because their closing, I thought, was good in that it focused on the stuff that actually matters. They're not talking about, you know, the car slamming into the laundromat. It's all about the murders. And of course, a lot of that is because we don't have the other defendants anymore, although they still did talk about them a whole lot. But yeah, there's just so much when I was going. Oh, that's true. That's a good point, B-Dash. They did miss like 3 days of court when Stillwell was stabbed. And it's unclear, like if they did have if they were supposed to have testimony today. It's unclear if they would because of Kendrick, but with the trial being done and it just being deliberations, it's a little different to just get them in there for a question or something. Yeah, Brian Steele is really active. I was watching some of his appeal for Damon Blaylock, and on his appeal, Damon Blaylock was Rodelius Ryan's co-defendant in the Jamari Holmes murder. But he's definitely YSL Steele. But I'm looking forward to Young. I mean, I'm assuming Young Thug has to be making a ton of music, right? I mean, come on. And I mean, I think we'll see some more appearances by Brian Steele. I'm betting, but I mean, Brian Steele's. I mean, I wouldn't say he's more famous than Young Thugger, but in some circles he might be. Lawyer circles or something. How did I feel about the closings? Honestly, like I'm a little hesitant, and I said my I wasn't going to share opinions or make predictions, but overall I thought the closings were good. And like I said, for as disastrous as the prosecutor's case was, just in terms of putting on way too much evidence, like what the hell, and having it just being kind of incoherent, I thought the closings were like a pretty good focus on the stuff that matters. And because I mean, especially the Drinks murder, I mean, it looks really bad for Stillwell and the Drinks murder. They do have the third car, but I thought Hilton addressed there's no muzzle flash. You don't see muzzle flashes either way. And then what really hurts Stillwell is not so much those surveillance videos, or those surveillance videos are really bad. It's all his actions like before and after the murder, the Drinks murder. I mean, him talking about going op hunting, him posting on Instagram, I'm not going to be the only one crying, that kind of thing. It's like that I think could be enough for the jury to convict on that. They don't have quite that same stuff with Thomas, although they kind of do. Although the Thomas case is just so much more complicated because you've got the Woody factor, but then you've got all those interviews, and because I mean I remember the defense from Stillwell is that it was Woody who killed him, and it seems like even Simone Hilton was saying in her rebuttal, the streets knew before the government knew what happened with the Thomas case. So he talked about how Young Thug's family's home was targeted by YFN right after Thomas was killed, and that Woody was targeted by YFN right after Thomas was killed. Because there is all these reasons to think. I mean, if you're and especially if you're just going off the evidence that they have to try to convict Kendrick on Thomas, it's like you could make an argument that it's this perhaps the same level of like circumstantial evidence against Woody. But then you've got the social media posts afterward. I don't know. The Thomas one is definitely tougher than Drinks, but I don't think, and I know people talk about the third car in Drinks, but like I said, I'm not sure that's going to be enough to like prevent a conviction on that. But we'll see. But Steele's a little different. Or Steele, I just saw somebody. Thomas is a little different, but yeah, they've had, and honestly, when you actually look into these guys' violence, like there's been a lot of really bad stuff in Atlanta, but it's just kind of spread out over all these years with all these guys. But Brian Steele was Javaris Creighton's attorney. He is the one that ticked Rob, and he came back and shot at Tick and killed an innocent girl. That's terrible. And I guess that's separate from, we've heard about Stillwell writing the letter to the family of the girl who was killed, because they were driving in a car, and they think that YFN members were targeting Stillwell, but a woman was killed instead. And Stillwell wrote a letter apologizing to her to her family for everything. And that's the kind of stuff that, because one thing, remember the overall defense, one part of the defense that we heard from Brian Steele and then also Doug Weinstein and Max Shard is that YSL is not a gang and that there is no gang war. And we've seen, and it's a good clip. I'll try to bring it up. Max brought it up in closing, and it was Brian Steele who brought it up. But I mean, the gang detectives have made all these assumptions, and there's things that they've alleged that I think the prosecutors have or the defense has pretty well shown that perhaps it's something else, like this super slimy mixtape cover that gang investigators have said was kind of a reference to the war between If Gang and YSL. The defense has shown that this was Future and Young Thug collaboration, and that the logo is the cover is a combination of their logos. And it's like, okay, and let's say the jurors 100% believe that and think that, yeah, the gang investigators like just got that wrong. But it's like, so are you saying there wasn't a gang war going on between YSL and YFN? Because I mean, all these shootings and everything, it's like, it definitely seems like something was going on, And that's why I think that the overall defense that there was no gang war and there was no gang, I'm just like, I think that might actually kind of hurt him, because it's like, are you sure there wasn't a...
Remember Lieutenant Gaither getting up there? Oh yeah, I saw that. This was important. This was a symbol of a gang war. This is the gang war that was going on. This is YSL declaring war on Bird Gang, which is an offshoot of the If Gang. Oh yeah, that's what it is. She told you that. As sure as can be, the expert that y'all are supposed to rely on. Well, what did my good friend, Attorney Brian Steele, do? Brought in the album cover. Wait a second, you're saying that this is a hawk skull and a gang war? Isn't this an album cover of a collaboration between my client, Young Thug, this is Attorney Steele talking, Young Thug and Future? And isn't his label Free Bands? And isn't Future's Free Bands mascot an eagle? Isn't this album cover signifying the collaboration between the eagle and the snake? Doesn't that make more sense? After all, that's exactly what the album is. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you put up 471 BV? Remember this? Miss Kokomo, that's not 471 BV. And actually, could you put up 471 BVA first? Okay, we saw that video. But first, actually, BB. Investigator Viverito brought this into evidence, said this was one of the social media posts that she pulled. Remember that? When she wrote no reports about pulling social media, we have no idea what she looked at, what she didn't. She just determines what's relevant. Not us. Not you. You don't get to see that. She determines. Remember, this came into evidence. She said, of course, she didn't give us a date because she wrote no report, but she said she collected this shortly after the shooting of Shymel Drinks. I run with... What you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers. Blooded killers. And that's Quamarvius Nichols. That looks pretty bad. Looks bad. Posted a day after this killing, and it's a post, and clearly that's what it says. No other explanation. And then what do we find out later? Could you put on 471 VV? Can you play it, Mr. Kokomo? We find out that this was part of a post, a story that had a bunch of different posts about fear of roller coasters, about being sick, whole bunch of different things. And then we finally get to the part where it has the lyrics from Young Boy Never Broke Again, right? Let's watch. We don't even see these lyrics. Why don't we see them on this post? Because they're on for a millisecond in the very beginning of the switch. And we hear about Instagram and how those aren't really words that Mr. Nichols would have typed. Those are words from a song that he picked. And sometimes you pick the lyrics if you want, and sometimes Instagram picks them for you. But what else do we see from watching the entire post? Those weren't even the featured lyrics. The lyrics were being transitioned to the lyrics that either Instagram or Mr. Nichols picked, but in a split millisecond, for whatever reason, these lyrics that Investigator Viverito so desperately wanted you guys to see were on the screen. And so what did Investigator Viverito do? She gets the post. She goes frame by frame until it gets to that exact point where it has what she feels looks like incriminating words by Mr. Nichols. Words that weren't even picked by him. And she freezes it, and she screenshots it, and then she puts it in front of you. Again, no report about what she did. She manipulated the evidence. And she's caught. But what does that tell you about her when we're talking about assessing credibility, your lack of interest in the case, your bias? Does she have an agenda when she does things like that? Of course she does. She's not a neutral witness. She might as well be sitting here. But I don't even think they would do that. Personal credibility as you observe it. Mr. Kokomo, could you put that other exhibit that you put up, the affidavit? 530 VV, this is the affidavit. Remember, we learned about affidavits, and Investigator Viverito was looking into the assassination attempts that she was of Mr. Rashawn Bennett in the jail. And she wanted to search Jeffrey Williams' home, right? And so she had to fill out an affidavit to give it to a judge to get permission to convince the judge, basically, to give her permission to search Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence. So what does she do? She finds a conversation, a text thread, where Mr. Williams says, YSL rule the world, kid, 24M on an N head. And she bolds it and makes it bigger and circles it for the judge to draw attention to that, because of course she wants the judge to feel that Mr. Williams is just ordering hits on people. That's the implication. That's the message she's sending the judge. And here I am. I know about Jeffrey Williams 3 and Jeffrey Williams 4 that Mr. Steele brought in about the day before this text thread about Lil Uzi Vert putting a $24 million diamond into his own forehead, and Jeffrey Williams thinking that's funny, and that conversation happening, and this having nothing to do with ordering hits on anyone. And here I am. I say, oh, let me confront Investigator Viverito with this. And what was my point, really? What should have happened? Oh, yeah, I misinterpreted that. You're right. And then I would have been Mr. Smart Lawyer and say, see, jurors, Investigator Viverito doesn't always know what she's talking about. She misinterpreted that one when she's telling you what my client means when he says things, what other people mean when they say things. Investigator Viverito doesn't know. She makes mistakes. That's what I thought was going to happen. But what happened? Something far darker.
Something far darker.
Investigator Viverito sat in that chair and said, she doubled down. And she said, you know what? Even knowing what I know now about 24M on an N's head, even knowing what I know now, I would still put it in that affidavit. That's all I needed to hear. Yeah, I would mislead a judge. Yeah, I would lie in an affidavit. Yeah, I would cheat because I'm that invested in this case. I'm that invested with taking these guys down. I'm that invested. And if she's that invested in that, and the rest of these gang investigators are that invested, consider their credibility. Take what they say with a huge grain of salt. You don't have to believe what they say. You can disregard everything they say. The law allows you to do that. When they say, oh, this is a hybrid gang, and they can't even explain what that means or why it's classified as a hybrid gang, and it's just something that they come up with at their little private meetings every year at these 2-day seminars where they don't get input from anyone else. You don't have to buy that. It's not a hybrid gang.
So
Accurate.
I
Remember
think
this?
that was like good in that like jurors could totally like believe him and be like, oh yeah, this was okay, let me get the stream back for what's up, guys. I gotta fix the lighting in here. I gotta get like a studio set up or something, but yeah, we still haven't seen any courtroom action. Because I think jurors could totally agree with Max Shard that like, yeah, the detectives got it wrong on that, but it's always a tall order to expect them because of, one thing wrong that they're just going to disregard all the testimony. But I also feel like in this case, you could disregard that cop's whole testimony and still just look at all these surveillance or all these calls, all these police reports, all these shootings, and realize that there was something going on between YSL and YFN. And you could also think that maybe all this hybrid gang stuff is total bullshit, but then still look at everything and be like, well, they're some kind of gang. I mean, are they? I don't know. Because I've always wondered if the overall defense that there is no gang and there is no gang war is actually like a really good defense when you actually look at all the evidence. But it could be enough to sway some people and get disagreement and get a hung jury. But the ESPN thing, I wanted to, because I've seen mixed results on this, but when Doug Weinstein asked, it was Viverito about ESPN, because there's ESPN tattooed on like Lil Wayne's arm, and gang detectives have testified that it means every slime play nasty. So he made the point, I'll just bring it up. I've seen mixed. Some people online are like cheering this on as like fantastic lawyering. I'm like, ooh, what about all his other tattoos?
Case 16, who do you see?
Dwayne Carter.
And Dwayne Carter is also known as Lil Wayne, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the image that is on the right side of the two photographs,
Yes,
you see his arm there, correct?
I do.
Do you see ESPN on his arm?
I do.
And what do you maintain that the ESPN, or do you know what the ESPN on his arm stands for?
On him, since he's not a member of YSL, I couldn't tell you what that stands for.
But he is not a member of YSL, correct?
Correct.
And yet he has ESPN on his arm.
Correct. Like I could have a star, Bloods could have a star. Different tattoos mean different things to different people.
So the ESPN on his arm could mean ESPN, the sports network, correct?
As not being a member of YSL, yes.
So if you're a member of YSL and you have ESPN on your arm, are you saying the only thing it could possibly mean is your interpretation of ESPN?
That's what I've seen it mean thus far with members of YSL.
And that's the only thing you believe it could mean?
As far as members of YSL, yes.
So the fact that my client was a football star at Grady. Okay. Do you know if my client played football at Grady?
I do now.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to University of Georgia as a football player?
Objection is so much.
I'm asking if she knows it.
Sustained. You can ask if she knows whether it's true or not.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to the University
I've
of
heard
Georgia?
that.
You've heard that. Okay. And so would you find it surprising that someone that got a football scholarship to the University of Georgia might like ESPN, the network?
I mean, they could like it, but I don't know if I'm sure he likes other TV channels also that aren't tattooed on him.
So if it's tattooed on you, it must mean ESPN, that you're a member of YSL. You just said that Dwayne Carter has ESPN on his arm, but he's not a member of YSL.
Sustained.
You just said that ESPN on Lil Wayne is not a YSL insignia, correct?
Correct. Like I could say, you can see a college sorority girl with a star tattoo on her, right? And then you can go down to the prison and see members of blood gangs with 5-point stars tattooed on them. It's going to we look at everything on an individual basis. So I can't make that determination. When it comes to YSL members, when you see ESPN associated with a YSL member, I have not seen it mean of anything other than every slime planet.
And you said you could see a sorority girl with a star on her, correct?
Correct.
And you could see a University of Georgia football player with ESPN on their arm too, correct?
Correct, but they're both not members of a blood gang or YSL.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I'm not. I mean, if jurors do believe that he just has Deamonte Kendrick just has ESPN tattooed on there because he's a really big sports fan, it doesn't address the other tattoos that he has. I mean that, and I think that's what prosecutors are kind of banking on, is that the totality of the evidence supports their charges. But you know what? I gotta go. I've got a little crowd here, so I don't want to leave you guys hanging. But I gotta go get a coffee and get some breakfast here. So I'm definitely gonna keep the stream up. I should be able to get back on in like an hour or so, and we can go over some more clips from closings and everything. But let me put the article I wrote in the comments again. Check it out. My Substack mailing list, got this last night. You guys can link to it there. And yeah, I've got the stream up. So if it cuts in, it should just start playing with whatever courtroom action they're going on. Remember, the jury could have a question. They could have a verdict today. We don't know. Or it is possible that we could not hear from them all day. I think that's unlikely. I think we're going to get a question, or at least a question or something. But it's always hard to tell. But if this stream is connected to, it's ATL5 has a camera in there. I don't have the fancy verdict watch countdown like Law and Crime News, but yeah, we shouldn't miss anything if it does come on. So, but I will be back probably in like maybe an hour or so. Definitely after something happens, if it does.
Good morning, everybody. We have a couple of, well, they're not really juror questions, but juror requests to view some of the evidence. So they want to hear, I guess, the music and lyrics to, I have a hard time reading this juror's handwriting, but I think it says Literal Walk and BS, which they think are exhibits 227 V, Victor, Victor, Bravo, and then 12A. Those may or may not be the exhibit numbers, but they think that might be them. They would like the FedEx video zoomed in, if possible, during the shooting, and they want to see cars 1 through 4. So that portion of the video. The FedEx video played reversed after Stillwell runs the red light. And then the gas station footage after the Focus leaves the gas station, they say 30 seconds after. I don't know if that means up until 30 seconds after. But anyway, those are their 4 requests. So can y'all gather those particular pieces? And once you have those ready to go, we'll have the jury out. Walk, lizard walk. This juror's Z's are tricky.
What's up, guys? So they're asking to view some of the evidence again. Oh, wow. They want to hear music and lyrics. I'm just catching up. I'm like a minute behind here, but. Interesting that that's like evidence, crucial evidence that they're reviewing, you know. I always kind of wondered if they could have done this case without any rap lyrics at all, but. And the FedEx video regarding the drink shooting. Okay, I know this is a bold statement, but just based on those questions that they're asking and the length of time it's going to take for them to get this information, have the jury out, we're not going to have a verdict today. It could still happen, but and this is why I appreciate these questions as somebody who needs to plan my day. Like there's something at 10 a.m. I want to go to in LA federal court. But yeah, they're gathering this information, then they're going to bring the jury out and give it to them. But I just think, given all this, they're not going to have a verdict today. But let's rewind a bit, and you guys can hear the judge say.
But anyway, those are their 4 requests. So
they have 4
requests. Couple of, well, they're not really juror questions, but juror requests to view some of the evidence. So they want to hear, I guess, the music and lyrics to, I have a hard time reading this juror's handwriting, but I think it says literal walk and BS,
Lizard.
which they think are exhibits 227 V, Victor, Bravo, and then 12A. Those may or may not be the exhibit numbers, but they think that might be them. They would like the FedEx video zoomed in, if possible, during the shooting, and they want to see cars 1 through 4. So that portion of the video. The FedEx video played reversed after Stillwell runs the red light. And then the gas station footage after the focus leaves the gas station, they say 30 seconds after. I don't know if that means up until 30 seconds after. But anyway, those are their 4 requests. So can y'all gather
Oh yeah,
those particular pieces
like
in one?
minutes ago, and they're still gathering that stuff now. So like I said, it's not scientific and it's hard to make big predictions, but I think based on these questions and just the length of time that it's going to take to get this information to them, and then once they get this information, they need to go back and like use it to, argue about whatever they were arguing. So I don't think there's going to be a verdict today, but and then whether they're going in order or not, I'm not sure. I wouldn't take this to mean that, because they asked about Donovan Thomas on Wednesday and now they're asking about Shymel Drinks, that means they've resolved the Donovan Thomas charges. Like maybe, but probably not, And Lizard Walk and BS. Let me see if I can. I know I've got video of those. The problem is I kind of realized my YouTube, like there's only so much I can do to organize the trial, like organize the clips into playlists, because I'm trying to organize a trial that's really unorganized. Okay, this is not when the jury first heard Lizard Walk and BS, but this is when the judge decided that they could be evidence. Let me play it for you.
Okay.
That they're seeking to admit. Some of the songs have.
Okay, so we'll start with the first song, BS. The highlighted portion.
The cameras at the pumps, but there are different cameras. There's one from the liquor store, so maybe if we can.
I would think that it's the one that keeps getting shown, and if it's a different one, they can tell us. But that's the one I would queue up.
If we could just get some clarification about how exactly how far before they want to see.
Well, it says footage after the focus is underlined, leaves the gas station, in parentheses, 30 seconds after. I think that's pretty specific.
That just okay.
Where are we on getting those exhibits lined up?
Yes, we have the songs ready. We're just, Mr. Abati's working on the zoomed in video, and then Mr. Smith is working on getting the 30-second video. So
All right.
give us about 5 minutes, we should be good.
All right, let's get the jury in. Not an opportune time for the jury. We need just a minute or two.
Getting a little buried in my phone over here, but they're still getting things ready. I did post, let me put it in the link, but if you guys go to my channel, I've got a video of BS and let me put it in the chat here. I mean, they're going to play them here soon, and I don't want to switch over to the old video and risk missing any action here, so I'm not going to play it just yet. But if you guys want to see the song, hear the songs now, although we're going to hear them like within the next 20 minutes when the jury comes out, you can click that video there. Might go over, I'm not sure yet, but it's in less than 2 hours. There's a hearing in a pretty big federal case that has a lot of question marks around it now that Trump is taking office, because it's the special counsel Jack Smith's office prosecuting this guy who is an FBI informant, and he's accused of lying about the Bidens, like making up lies about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And the same people prosecuting him are like Leo Wise and the people who are prosecuting Hunter Biden in all his cases. And of course, Hunter Biden just got pardoned. And the idea is that the prosecutions against Trump are all going away. So it's a big question of what's going to happen to this case, this FBI informant, former FBI informant who's been charged. Like, is his case going to go away? And one fun thing is it's assigned to like one of the craziest judges in LA federal court, Otis Wright. He's got a hearing at 10. So I really want to go over there for it. And I think I should be able to, because like I said, this could take maybe an hour tops. I don't think it'll take that long, but I mean, they should be done by 9 a.m. my time, like have the jury out, show them all this stuff. And then the jury goes back to deliberations. And like I said, it's hard to know, but I don't think they're going to have a verdict if this is what they're talking about. And it's, but who knows? It could be that once they get all this information, there was just one person they needed to satisfy. And then, a half an hour later, they're going to come out with a verdict. I doubt that. But, yeah. And Gary, I'm refreshed to hear that, because there's so much just cheering on the defense. And I mean, the defense had some good points. I mean, Brian Steele had a good performance in court, but a lot of what they were saying totally contradicts the evidence. And I had to remind people sometimes that, like, guys, there's a chance that the jurors are going to believe these Atlanta police gang detectives over Brian Steele. And yeah, I don't know. We'll see, but it's always just like, what do you? I don't know. I think the jurors are kind of showing that they're just focused on the evidence, like the actual exhibits. When you have all that testimony, it all just kind of cancels itself out, and you just focus on the exhibits. But who knows?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a pleasant Thanksgiving break. First things first, I know y'all have sent out a note requesting to review certain of the evidence. It's dated 11/2. I suspect you mean 12/2. Do you mind if I strike through that and just put 12/2 instead? Okay, thank you. All right, we're just going to take it in order. So y'all would like the music/lyrics to Lizard Walk?
We'll publish State's Exhibit 227 BV Bravo 12 Charlie, and that's Lizard Walk.
All right.
Dodging all your shots, shit on my with my eyes. Let that big rain out the top of the drop. Look at walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Make my young nigga lick your top, they gon' chew you up. Dodging your shots, and I'm on to my house. Let that big rain out the top of the drop. Listen, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Lick your top, they gon' chew you up. Fuck a tick or tat, I'ma get you wet, homie. Go and Google it if you wanna check on me. Born was a half a mil, my niggas trill, nigga. Sat down 3 years on the body, asked me how I deal with it. With my feet up, I'm on my people. Check my reach out, I'm gonna be up. My boss said take care of my people. Couple niggas went left cause they couldn't keep up. I ain't tripping on these, y'all. Love the boo and turn the beef up. Turn me to a creature. Colder than a freezer. I don't trust people. Be my kind, I can't piece ya. All that fake love, I delete ya. I'ma get you out of here. Dodging all your shots, shit on my to my eyes. Let that bit rain out the top of the drop. Lizzo walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Make my young nigga collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Dodging your shots, send them all to my house. Let that big rain at the top of the trap. Listen, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Shit, my ops right, I got money on my mind. And I can't deny it, beating all my fucking eyes. They know they gon' start a ride, got my name, they gon' slide. Bitches lifestyle, I shoot like you bite size. Down, write you down, we listen, walk on my side. Only King Boo. Oh, can't forget about you. Oh, YSL through the roof. Oh, it's a light show when I bring the tick out. It's a light show when I bring them sticks out. It's a light show when I bring them blues out. It's a light show when I bring Moon Took out. Dodging all your shots, shit on my to my eyes. Let that bit rain out the top of the drop. Lizzo walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Make my young nigga collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Dodging your shots, send them all to my house. Let that bit rain out the top of the drop. Lizzo walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Collect your top, they gon' chew you up.
All right, and then you all wanted BS.
Now published in States Exhibit 227, VV, Bravo, 12, Delta.
All right.
Huh? What you want? I heard they want it. I might condone it. Yeah. I heard they want it. I might condone it. Leave your hoe lonely. Yeah. Go catch a homicide. Tell me if you down to ride. Wanna know if you slime or not. Yeah. I'm back on that bullshit. Round with a full flip. Effing in with the blue tip. Back on my bullshit. Ain't no mediator. I'm the worst of facial. It's time to ride out. Ain't no hiding out. If it destroying walls, I seen an op fall. If it divides y'all, chill, know my call. Ill the high ball. So I better update, let them know I'm broke. Let them know I'm bold. I whip it out in broad day, let it blow. Every slap play dash, they wonder how we lastin'. We never let lag, and we back in. Spin about make y'all spin again. Ask God to forgive his sins. Free my nigga that's in the pen. Take Wayne Clock, don't stop a chin. Back my game, it'll never end. Beat the homie, no evidence. No slime left behind, overstepping it, we gon' nail it in. I heard they want it, I might condone it. Leave your hoe lonely. Yeah. Go catch a homicide. Tell me if you down to ride. Wanna know if you slime or not. Yeah. I'm back on that bullshit. Round with a full flip. Effing in with the blue tip. Back on my bullshit. Ain't no mediator. I'm the worst of facial.
Bitch, I'm a egg. I creep in you late. You know I'm a spray. You know I'm a snake. You know how I feel. Yes, I get my way. Every alien take. Get it out my face. Get it. Baddies ain't getting okay. You just in my way. 201K this day. That what I make today. I I be playing with bands for real. Hope get out my face. Fresh in the feeling, name talking for they dolly.
I heard they want it. I might condone it. Leave your whole lonely. Go catch a homicide. Told me if you down to ride. Wanna know if you slamming that. I'm back on that bullshit. Run around with a full flip. Everything with the blue tip. Back on my bullshit. Ain't no mediator. I'm the worst to face.
And that concludes 227 BB Bravo 12 Delta. Next.
All right, the next thing is the FedEx video zoomed in during the shooting, cars 1 through 4.
You know, that's going to be State Exhibit 117 BB.
Thank you. All right, then next you wanted the video from the FedEx played reversed after Stillwell runs the red light. And do y'all want that zoomed in or just normal? Just hang on, let me get the answer. Normal. What's the question? I mean, do y'all want to approach for a second? Okay. All right. There's no actual reverse button, so they're just gonna do the best they can, dragging it in reverse slowly.
While they're waiting, I'm ready for the fourth video. We could go to the fourth one if.
Maybe we should try
Okay, all right, work on it. All right, so we're gonna move on to the last request, which was gas station footage after the focus leaves the gas station, and y'all have 30 seconds after. So do you mean from the time the focus leaves through 30 seconds, or do you mean starting at 30 seconds after the focus leaves? From the time and run 30 seconds. Okay, we'll do that.
Yes, Your Honor. We're now publishing State's Exhibit 116 BV. And we're going to start at 2 minutes and 7 seconds into the video.
Thank you.
And we're now at 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the video. I think that's
Keep going, or y'all good? All right,
We're going to end it at 3:12.
thanks. All right, and then we'll go back to the attempt at the reverse showing. What they want to see is after Mr. Stillwell's car runs the light. So get him through the light and then go in reverse. You can try it. Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right. I'll have y'all return to the jury room to continue your deliberations. Thank you. All right, is there anything for the record? All right, then we will be in recess until such time as we hear from the jury again.
different. And so, of course, I hit an accident on 459 So, like, my whole thing was I'm going to take it from get out. Yeah, it was close to Birmingham. Like, it's about 10 minutes from Center Point. No, I didn't look. I don't think that was that hard. But that was the worst experience I've had flying. The gridlock of traffic was big loss. My gas car's not working. They don't? No. Well, it's completely different than going through Boston. And I think the problem is that buses in Birmingham it's too close, I think. It needs to be further out, like Pelham. But that whole area is very far away. That's not the one to make it. Below make it. Well, it's not far from one to make it, right? How y'all doing? 5-2 to 11. YSL.
Question. Who's recording?
Good. Thank you, sir. All right.
The hustle guy tell me to stop smoking, baby. That's the hustle guy. Stop smoking. Look, see? The hustle guy makes you rock a cigarette.
I had Taisha Fernandez's number, but I can't find it. And Richard Belcher too. I can't find her number in my system. You know what? Take my number and have one of them get a call.
Can I take a picture of yourself and at the side so I can recognize you?
Huh?
YSL.
Not over yet.
Number?
942 219 4482.
4882. Hi, I was just told you may have a tip. I will send that to Todd. Yeah, that's it. You want her to call you or not? Okay.
Check 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Check. 1, 2, 3. All good?
I just turned it off to ensure that you'd show up right on. There you go.
Where do y'all want me to look? This is patented, by the way.
need you to say your name. We're not really good at this. Right?
Douglas Weinstein, Weinstein.
How is the muscle doing? How is she doing after what happened last night?
He's doing really well. He's got a few staples in his head. But you know, it's a shame that anyone that's held in our jails have to go through that. But he's doing fine.
What do you know about the circumstances surrounding what happened?
Not a whole lot. He just got into it, I think, with somebody else that was in the jail. I don't know what the issue was about. I don't know who started it. I don't know the condition of the other individual or individuals. So, yeah, I'm not very useful right now.
When you answer the question, can you look like about right here?
Over here?
Yeah, just profile.
Sure.
When you got the call last night, what was your thoughts? I mean, were you concerned? I mean, considering you guys were waiting for a verdict after a year-long trial.
You know, it's very frustrating him being locked up for this long and nearing the end. And then we have an incident like this. And of course, I recalled Shannon's incident from a year ago. And the big issue is that I can't get a lot of information when that's going on. So there's a lot of uncertainty there. I don't know his health. I don't know where he's being taken to. I can't get answers from the sheriff's department. So, you know, the unknown is always concerning. And so that's kind of the situation that we're in. And I'm thinking here we are at the end of the race, and now this comes up.
You said, sorry, can you be a little more descriptive? You guys like staples on his forehead?
No, he has staples like around here in his head, or where his staples are at. I mean, I'm not a medical doctor, and that kind of thing makes me a little queasy, so I didn't spend a lot of time on it. But when I glanced over, he seemed to have 4 or 5 staples in his scalp right around here.
He's here today for recovering. Talk a little bit about the fact that
Yeah, I mean, I'm thrilled that it didn't disrupt. First of all, of course, I'm very happy that he's not injured beyond that. But also, I'm thrilled that he's here. We can keep going forward. It doesn't pause things. The jury is clearly on a roll. They're deliberating. They're asking questions, insightful questions. So they're considering the evidence, which is exactly what I want. And he is more calm than I am. So he's taking this very well. And he's not nearly as anxious as I am right now.
How much has all of this just been weighing on you over the long weekend, not being in court after having the jury deliberate?
I have tried to distract myself as much as I can, and that's a challenge because I can't take it completely out of my mind. This has been going on for 2.5 years. We've been in trial for 2 years. I've invested a huge amount of time into this, and so waiting on the verdict is very, very. I don't even know how to describe this feeling. It's very stressful.
What did he tell you today about how he's feeling after that incident?
You know,
concerned about being in the jail?
You know, look, he's been in jail about 2.5 years now. He's used to being in there. He knows what it's like. No one is comfortable in jail. He just as much as like Woody would do anything to stay out of jail. I mean, Mr. Kendrick, Deamonte does not want to be in jail. And this incident does not make things any better. But he's there. He knows that, or at least he hopes and is confident that he's going to be out soon. So he'll deal with it for a few more days until finally we'll get him out.
Anything else with that? Anything we didn't ask you that you want to mention? Did he say whether it was a piece of the building? Was it a knife that he was stuffed in?
You know, I think it was some type of an improvised shank of some kind, but we didn't get into that a whole lot. Really, I guess what's most interesting about it is his focus is not on that incident at all. His focus is on this jury verdict, listening to the questions, seeing what they are. Like this morning's questions really had nothing to do with Mr. Kendrick. But we still were kind of looking at it just to see where the jury's head was at. He and I are both, when those questions come up and when the jury is watching the video, he and I are watching the jury more than we're watching the video because we want to see their response, how they're reacting to what they're seeing. So again, our focus is on this jury and on this verdict, and that's where it's going to remain. This is a distraction, and he's not really thinking about it that much right now.
I know the questions have nothing to do with your client. However, they're focusing on lyrics. I think that was a big part of closing this. How do you feel about that?
Well, and I'm not blaming this on the jury. The state made lyrics part of the issue in this case. And I guess a big part of me was disappointed that they wanted to hear those lyrics, because my position has always been that those lyrics have nothing to do with this case. They should never have been brought in. We need to get Congress to pass the RAP Act so that there's a higher standard for bringing in that evidence. Georgia really needs to introduce its own version of the RAP Act if Congress is not going to act. And so I guess the jury wanting to hear the lyrics, I'm like, I don't even think it should have been put in front of them, but it having been put in front of them, I can understand them wanting to listen to it. Thank you for that question. Anything else? Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, and thank you all for your patience. I'm sorry about that. Well, I'm diabetic. If I don't get things set, I need to watch that. Okay. Thank you all.
You're gonna do the turkey trot with Steel and
That turkey trot was half a marathon. So I'm not doing a half a marathon spontaneous.
All right, good afternoon. The jury would like to review a couple more pieces of evidence. So whomever from the state, it's state's exhibits for the most part, I think. State's exhibit, they believe it's 227 VVA2, described as the wiretap for Garlington with Stillwell. They would like that played one time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then the jail call from a personal cell phone, Stillwell using the word rats. Please play that 2 times.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the third item is a Stillwell and Garlington conversation where they said, we're not sure what they said, but either going to the city or going to see is what they wrote down. And then they would also, if it's in evidence, like to know what time that happened.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so what is the answer to that? What do we have in evidence with regard to that?
Your Honor,
Yes.
before we get to the time, that was not a Stillwell conversation.
Okay.
That was a conversation with Garlington and an unknown person. I can say it's not Shannon Stillwell.
All right.
I believe he was incarcerated at the time.
Okay. All right. I can
Oh, no,
correct that.
he was not incarcerated at the time. It happened on 3/14. He was not incarcerated, but that is not Stillwell talking, Mr. Stillwell talking to
All
Garlington.
right. And the state never asserted that it was.
No, in fact.
All right. I'd like the state to answer that one.
And I'm sorry, I'm just walking in. To answer the court's question, we never asserted that it was Mr. Stillwell that was speaking during that time.
And I believe.
I'll agree that it's an unknown person.
No, we believe that it is Garlington's song.
Right. Garlington's one of the speakers as to the other speaker,
I believe that.
the other member of the conversation.
Talks of Boyer, DeMarco
Right.
Boyer.
DeMarco Boyer, everyone agrees. Okay. So I'll just,
Your Honor, I don't know that it would be proper to comment on who it
that's
is.
not a comment if it is in evidence and all sides agreed. I mean, is it in evidence that it was DeMarco Boyer?
Investigator
I
Jeffery.
believe investigator Rito testified that he was speaking with DeMarco Boyer.
Okay. So I'll just say that the evidence reflects.
Or the testimony.
The only evidence is that.
You're right, I'm just getting what the question was.
Yeah, so, I mean, what they wrote down is Stillwell and Garlington conversation where they said going to the city or going to see. I would think it would be appropriate to say, okay, we'll play that, but FYI, what is in evidence is that that conversation was between Garlington and Boyer.
Court knows from home.
Sure. And that's, again, obviously, if the only information and evidence is that, if there's any conflict, that's a different thing, but.
I mean, if the state doesn't want to agree with that, then I think the appropriate answer is there is no conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington referring to going to the scene or city.
Or can we just play the call?
You can play the call, but it is incorrect, it is entirely misleading to let them think, okay, here's your requested conversation between Stillwell and Garlington, and not say, by the way, the evidence that is before you does not show it to be a conversation between Stillwell and Garlington. It shows it to be a conversation between DeMarco Boyer and Garlington. So if you're not okay with that, then I will do the answer that is suggested by Mr. Sharp.
No, Your Honor, we prefer that you just clear out it's a conversation between Boyer and Garland.
Okay. And then what about with regard to the question about what time that happened?
When it's my recollection, Your Honor, that when we would publish, we would say at least the date of the call. I thought we said the time too. We said the date and the time, so we would pull that up and make sure.
All right.
Yes.
And is the state agreement is 227 VVA2? Is that the conversation about the car will come back clean? Okay. Right.
I can't hear you. I can hear that you're talking, but. Okay. Mrs. Sharp, did you get your answer to what that particular first exhibit was? 27 VVA2.
So the jail, excuse me, the wiretap call, Your Honor, is actually 437 VV. And so,
Which one are you talking about?
so the entire wiretap is 437 VV, and
Okay.
then we just addressed each one as we published it.
Okay.
So 227 VV AD is a separate exhibit altogether.
What is 227 VVA2? Is there a, did you say 447 is the entirety of it?
437.
437? Is there a 437 VVA2?
No, so all the 227s are the phone excerpts. So
Okay.
it-
Is there a phone excerpt that is VVA 227 VVA2?
Yes.
Okay. So and what is that?
Two 227 VV2A.
Your Honor, if you would, could you just, for the first part that they identified as 227 VVA2, could you just repeat the descriptor that they gave?
For or from Garlington with Stillwell. That's all that it's described as.
So they may have the wrong number, Your Honor, because 227 VV2A are the excerpts from Mr. Huey's phone that have are excerpts from Mr. Huey's phone, so it's not the wiretap at all.
Okay, well, who's having the conversation that is VV2A?
VB2A is between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, and phone excerpts, so it's not wiretap calls at all.
All right,
It's also 2A instead of A2.
yeah.
Your Honor, would it be inappropriate to ask the jury foreperson for clarification?
No. All right, so is there a wiretap for Garlington with Stillwell?
Yes, there is.
And what is that exhibit number?
That's 437 VV, and then we published April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m., which is that wiretap call.
Is that the only thing from there that you published?
That's the only call between Garlington and Stillwell that we published. No.
Huh?
I think we published multiple between Garlington and Stillwell.
I believe there were two.
There were two that we published between Garlington.
Multiple and two.
Stillwell.
Okay, and what were those two exhibit numbers?
They all 437 VV, but the dates are different. So one is April 1st.
At 12:29, what, PM or AM?
$12:29 a.m.
Okay, and what's the other one? And y'all didn't further define them beyond like 437 VV. They weren't like a thing for these. They were just demarcated by time.
Yes.
Okay, and the date. Okay. All right. All right, so what I propose to do is say there is no 227 VVA2. There is a 227 VV2A, which is a conversation between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams. And there are two wiretap excerpts, both 437 VV between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell, and then see if that helps at all.
And Your Honor, I had the other call between Mr. Stillwell and Mr.
Garlington?
Yes.
Okay, and it's what date and time?
That is going to be the 12th of March, 2022 at 12:49 p.m.
Okay, and can you possibly give me a like bullet summary of what each one, is about?
Yes, the March 12th, 2022 is Mr. Stillwell telling Mr. Garlington that he, Toonk, and Big Nick went to go look for someone, but don't tell anyone or don't tell nobody.
Okay.
And then the April 1st is the conversation where they discuss Miles Farley and then also discuss a car clean.
A what?
The car being cleaned.
And they also
Being cleaned or being clean?
Being clean.
I'll just say the car. How about that?
And they also discussed in the beginning of that call that the police were making assumptions and just saw the video.
All right, I'll just say there too, and then do you want to hear them both? How about that?
One distinction maybe.
Or what's the topic?
One is prior to Mr. Drinks' death, and one is after Mr. Drinks' death.
Okay,
be able to
all right.
help them.
Okay, and then moving down to the time that the Stillwell Darlington conversation that mentioned going to wherever, the time, did you publish the time that that conversation occurred? The date and time?
Going to,
So
going back through the city. Or whatever version.
whatever was said, was it published? What time, what date, time was that conversation occurred?
Yes, and that conversation was March 15th, 2022 at 2:01 a.m.
Okay,
And that was the one between Garlington and Boyer.
yeah, all right.
And you're right, I'm sorry. There is one more call between, but this is between Garlington and Stillwell, and I think Farley is in the background from March 16th at about 12:22, which is after the house gets raided.
And is this a
Wiretap call.
wiretap?
And I'm sorry, that's at 4:33 a.m.
At what date?
March 16th
At,
4:33 a.m.
all right, so they heard three different discussions between Garlington and Stillwell that were wiretap discussions. Okay. All right. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Court's indulgence. We're just, one of the calls, Your Honor, was redacted, and so we want to make sure we have the redacted call. And the jail calls also redacted, so we just want to make sure that we have the redacted version of the call, Your Honor.
Thank you. What is it that we're still trying to sort out?
Just confirming that we think we have, we're 99% sure it's the next version that was played, but we just want to make sure, we're just confirming that is
This was, so this call is the one where there's a brief reference where Shannon Stillwell says, you know, do what I did and don't say anything to the police, talking about invoking your lawyer. So as Ms. Hilton just said, I created a Dropbox that I sent to Mr. Sharp with the redacted ones. I personally redacted it.
Right.
So I'm 99.99% sure because I went to that same Dropbox, but just out of
Right, so
extreme
you're-
caution, I'm re-listening to make sure that specific part is removed.
Okay.
And then for the jail call as well, there was a redaction, and so Mr. Abati is listening to the jail call to confirm that this is that redacted one, so we don't have.
Your Honor, maybe you've already explained this to us and I just am not tracking. When the jury comes out regarding their first request, my proposal, my suggestion is we inform them that the exhibit number they gave doesn't track to what they're describing. And we inquire from I guess the foreperson in a non-leading way to describe the call, either by date or by topic. I don't want to play all three calls because they didn't request us to play all three calls.
So how about if I say that the exhibit number that they requested isn't what they described, that is a phone conversation between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, and that the wiretap conversations between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are 437 VV. There were 3 of them. Could they tell us the topic or the general topic? Okay.
Your 227 VV2A are text
right.
messages.
Oh, okay,
They're
thank you.
text messages between Mr. Huey.
Okay,
and
thank
Mr.
you.
And Your Honor, can you repeat the language that you were going to use regarding?
Yes, that there are wiretap conversations between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell. Those are State's Exhibit 437 VV. There were 3 of them. Could they give us a general idea about the topic?
Thank you. And then could you also tell us the language you were going to use regarding the clarification between the wiretap call that is Garlington and Boyer versus Garlington and Stillwell?
I was going to say that that's from number 3. I was going to say that the conversation where whatever was said, whether it's going to the city, going to the sea, or going to sea or something else, was not a conversation between Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Garlington. The evidence before them is that it was a conversation between Mr. Garlington and DeMarco Boyer.
That I had I was asking if the court would be inclined. It's a similar statement that the call they are describing was admitted as a call between Garlington and Boyer. But the way that the court just sort of put it, it's essentially the same thing. So either one.
Either one.
As long as there's no objection about that.
And then my proposal is, once we're inform them of that. We inquire, knowing,
Do they still want to hear it?
do you still want to hear it or not?
All right, that's fine. So whenever y'all let me know you're ready, we'll get the jury in. Ready for the jury. Thank you. All right, good afternoon. I need a little bit of clarification on a couple of your items. So the first thing you requested is what you wrote was State's Exhibit 227 VVA2, which you described as a wiretap for Garlington with Stillwell. There is no 227 VVA2. There is a 227 VV2A. However, that is text between Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams, which based on the description, I would surmise is not what you want. Am I correct about that? All right. There is wiretap of conversations between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell. They are all marked 437 VV, and there were 3 of them presented. Could you all give me a little bit of an idea of kind of the general topic? And then we could narrow it down to the one you actually want. Hopefully. Something was not found in the car. Is that what you said? All right. I think we know what you mean. All right. So that is going to be the one that is, if I think jotted down April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and play that.
Hello. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up? Yeah, B. Say what? Yeah, B. What's up, man? What the hell going? Man, shit, right here, listen to the new boy, B. Huh? I said, right here, listen to the new young boy. What you got going? Good night? Yeah, yeah, you know, I can't hit you on that other phone. Shit, bro. I'm fuck on that motherfucker. For real? Are you on? Oh, this another one? No, it's that's yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, bro. I know. I ain't just like FaceTime how to say. That's what you right. I told I ain't got it. I really can't respond to. I just like, yeah. I can't, man. Them motherfuckers. They don't trip. Them motherfuckers. For real, man. Yeah. I said one shit. I had said shit. I'm gonna go straight to my grandma's house. I had stayed. That motherfucker. Yeah. But yeah, she told me they had that mojo style. Yeah. Like what on that? No, I'm with Free. You with Free? Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And they do the Free. They do. Yeah, they damn. Somebody said it. T-Rock was up there with you, huh? Yeah, T-Rock was downstairs with me. Yeah, cause somebody asked me in the hood. They're like, bro down there with T-Rock. I ain't no T-Rock locked up. Yeah. What the hell we going up? Everything. What the hell? What's up with Trump, man? What the hell you doing? Talk crazy like that. What is that? Just talk crazy about all that little shit there. You talking crazy about Mal? Nah, it's about me talking about Mal and shit. Bro, I ain't on TV. I ain't heard of that. Yeah, it's a lot of little shit. So, boy. Yeah. Had me blow. They blow? Had me blow. Oh, yeah. I ain't talk to him, bro. That's the only person I be talking to is Mal. Yeah. Like, yeah, he asked me, like, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. What the hell? Like, order. Damn, bro. Like, everything. Yeah. Smooth, though. Yeah, I know it. I already know that. They just got them. They on Mal though. Yeah. Cause I don't know why the fuck he even got the car. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like they just saying about it. I'm like, fake good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. Yeah. They gonna assume that like Like, y'all ain't did, man, kill me, so.
That's what I keep telling goddamn Lil. I keep telling him like, just chill. Like, I know.
Yeah, cause they
This
saying
ain't
he panicked.
nothing. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cause they seen as a goddamn gas. It's like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling him all the same shit. I'm like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling him, probably in cat. Listen, bro. Oh, they tell him before you want to talk, bro. Like,
Not one word.
yeah.
Up down what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Hell yeah. I ain't know that though, like, so I didn't. Tell him how that. But they tell him they're like, hey, bro. But like, here I just called. They're like, you heard? And I'm like, yeah, no. I'm like, shit, I know. I'm like, I keep in contact through. You know what I'm saying? They folk. I'm like, I ain't turning on the phone. I'm like, he don't understand that anyway though.
Yeah, I ain't doing that anyway.
Yeah, I already know. Yeah.
Hey, ugly though, but I need you.
I know. I already know that. I told her that. I told him that 1,000.
I told her like tell him I need 1,000, but anything in between, she got down.
Oh no, yeah. She ain't there, but you know, I know that. But I talked to one call today, and she told me to tell y'all to like be patient, cause she haven't talked to her. She DM me.
Who what?
Yeah. She like, man, they tell like, and no, funny gonna leave them folk like that down. I like, they tell them to be patient. It was a day, good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, they tell them to be patient, bro. Bro, I got it.
Well, no, that part, I just like, I know like how that go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. Like, I've been just trying to keep Buddy calm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, do that, bro. Yeah, bro.
I don't really be liking that coaching and shit. Shit like me all like.
Yeah. But then that was telling me something about what the hell she saying? Foreign farming.
Who?
She told him they something about foreign farming.
The cap.
Yeah. She really called me telling me to be careful. I was a corner. They would I ran into the boy little place by myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran into him. Yeah. I ran into him by myself like that. So he was showing the boy see me turn the head.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. But like, we was on live and coding no budget on my page and shit. So I don't know who told us. I had a video check like, bro, when I ain't run. I say you ain't run, damn sure turn your head, bad though.
Huh?
I say, no, I ain't say you ran, you damn sure turn your head, you seen, bro.
Yeah.
I ain't know what's wrong. I'm like, listen, bro, you know what's going on. Like, before all this shit, like, Shadow was great.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, bro, you know what's going on, like, bro, ain't no problem with you, bro, with everybody. I'm like, listen, bro, you know I had this shit there, bro. You know how this shit go, like, I'm like, yo, I used to speak and everything. I'm like, shit, that ain't going on no more, bro. I'm like, y'all, I'm like, yeah, that's on TV. I'm like, man, I had a little corn right now. I told corn to be quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now they just made a video about an hour ago on TV at the store with sticks and shit. Like, yeah, all in out hood. I'm like, bro, y'all, quit that.
Man, they also, man. Oh, I be saying stay away from that. That's police shit.
Yeah, man.
That's 12 shit. I ain't with that.
Yeah. Damn, man.
It's all good. Everything.
I know it. So you still ain't got nobody right now? Like they won't take no payment?
They ain't really saying, but I ain't really saying that. You just really like, just chill, be patient. Like same thing, White tell you.
Yeah. Okay. They ain't been around like they gotta say they ain't talking to nobody. Like they say they like, bro, I ain't never seen that nigga hurt like that. Well, that nigga hurt behind that shit.
I think they said the one he really fucked with.
Yeah, I know it. nigga want to talk to your ass too, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the
Nigga,
hell?
Nigga, what?
Who? I heard.
Yeah. No, I could be funny with free wife and loose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
They had no told me that shit. I'm like, man, that man helped 12 in here.
Man, what? The phone don't say they call him. Phone be slam on him. They say he running the police in the game. Shit, like they say, like he got police. Like he probably don't know, but like they no folks, like they watching his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they following his ass.
Mhm.
Yeah, and they said they were gonna do it. We got 12 pulled them over or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, that only thing I don't trip though. Something yeah, I don't know what he on.
Yeah.
I'll tell him Bob about this shit. Bob like, man, he like, you ain't gotta tell me. I already know. Like, I don't be got tripping.
Yeah.
Like on the other one, like people like, man, you know, I stand on more, man. I fought with you, but on the other, I think about that on some female shit.
Well, I don't know, man. Yeah, I ain't on DB. I ain't heard nothing about that though.
Yeah.
I ain't even talked. Sometimes we talk to him. I talk to him like the same night y'all got locked up.
You gotta when you call a boy, you gotta add boy what you say, cause I can't really say like, cause she won't really just tell me like in detail, but she just, she just being around the book. I really be telling her, man, shit the fuck up.
Yeah.
On that wasn't like, cause I ain't going for that shrine. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I had a long trying to get down. I just had to make sure I got down. I got you though, bro. You gotta got down the whole time, bro. I know how that shit feel like. I'm knowing like the need and shit. Like,
yeah.
I ain't got you, bro. I'm here with you, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
I ain't gonna, like, I ain't gonna ask him a word, but like, cause like, I don't even have to say your name. Like, she know who I be talking about. I don't be talking about nobody else, but I ain't gonna hit you on that motherfucker. Like, ever. You know what I'm saying? But, everything really good though.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm like, I heard that shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like, that shit was fast as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just assume.
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them. You know how they gunpowder, forensics, all that shit there.
Yeah.
Back home, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. What the swimming on? Michigan, yo.
Yeah. So what is that?
You know what I'm
LT. Who?
Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was the one yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town now. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I was just gonna lie with the guy.
Yeah. You talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today.
Man, that'd be crazy.
I was telling her, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what not? She's like, what? So you think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
She can't. I don't even be texting that back no more.
I should be texting on, like, on tab and shit?
Yeah, I don't even be responding to that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got you.
Love you. All right.
I love you too.
All right.
All right, and the next item that you all wanted to rehear, you describe as jail call from a personal cell phone, Stillwell using the word rap, like play 2 times. Okay.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel.
To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges, press.
Did you know that you can rent an inmate tablet device for the person that is detained? Simply go to www.securistablet.com. Tablet device will allow them to listen to music, subscribe to podcasts, look for jobs prior to release, play games, and much more. Your special introductory price is $20 per month. Yes, that's right, just $20 per month with no other fees. Please note, at this introductory price, there are no refunds. Sharing special moments has never been easier. Video visitation offers an easy and convenient way to visit from the comfort of your home or anywhere you have internet access from your Android smartphone, tablet, or computer. Download the Securus Video Visit app in the Google Play Store or go to www.visitfromhome.net to learn more.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
When I was crying, the tears was on the screen. It kept pressing phone, so I hung up myself. I asked the phone, but it kept pressing phone. You just wrote me, said D said, what's her number?
Fuck D, bro. Fuck them nigga, bro. Oh, just like that, bro. Fuck you. Straight up, bro. All that fake friend shit, bro. Fuck these folks. Wish I get on tour. Fuck all my pussy ass nigga. I wish I get on tour. So all these fuck niggas, fuck all y'all red ass niggas, man. Fuck that nigga, man.
I didn't be able to be on the phone. He said, what happened to the SB in court? Because they just need more from charge. They didn't even take on the court.
That fuck nigga, you know what's going on. Pussy ass nigga.
Said like that.
You fuck.
Okay.
Fuck you,
Okay. I said, fuck D. He know when he talked to the judge.
Like all niggas got, bro.
Everything. She just read it. She looked like she wanted it.
You text no over your number?
Huh?
I don't got your number.
Y'all have been having enough when you said, what you say? Some old shit now. Wait, what happened to baby?
That fuck nigga rat, they just went till I had went to court and they just let everything got to that fuck nigga rat, him and Wood and the other people.
I'm keeping like folk. That fuck nigga know what's going on. Bitch, you in love with a rat hoe.
I think we're getting a little, I don't think it's the echo. I think it's coming out of two screens at once, but not exactly in unison. So let us see what we can sort out about that.
Everybody that came out today. The shit they bring up, that shit was weak as fuck, bro. I'm talking like in their ass up.
No, do not leave her in here. This is not the time right now. Everybody get out. Everybody get out. Mom, can you get out too? Shit though. I don't know, call the phone. Young said, see, that's why I don't pick up my damn phone. People keep telling me that tell Shannon keep your head up here, a real one for real.
That's all you hear. Oh, you're real. Man, that shit don't do nothing for a nigga. That shit don't make a nigga feel good. That shit don't do nothing for him.
I'm ready to get out this house.
Oh, yeah. Folk done brought up do-what name, nut name.
Could we just confirm that everyone is on mute?
Is everybody on mute? Please be on mute if you're not on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah, give a shit on me too.
Okay, yeah. No, do Oh, man. My head hurt, man. You all like that, baby. Talk to me, nigga. Respond to me, bro. Make me feel good.
The person you called has hung up.
Hello.
All right, they have it. They don't need it again. Okay, thank you. All right, and then the third thing you all describe as Stillwell and Garlington conversation where they said, quote, going to the city or quote, going to see. The conversation that you describe was admitted as a call between Garlington and DeMarco Boyer, not Garlington and Stillwell. Do y'all still want to hear it? No. Okay. All right. That was it. Oh, no. You also wanted to know what time that happened. Do you still want to know what time that happened? No. Okay. Thank you. Anything for the record? All right. We'll be in recess.
What time will be going until today?
No.
Okay.
But I'll, obviously once they go home, I'll let y'all know that you don't need to stand by any longer.